Özelüş ve helali benliğimize nakşetmek için yollardayız. Helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma.
Selamünaleyküm. Before I start with my presentation, I would like to welcome you all and thank you for inviting me to the 13th International Helal and Tayyib Products Conference organized by GİMDES. Today I will be talking about the certification processes of halal food and its reflections in the world of finance and the benevolent loan. GİMDES is an important organization led by many contributors, our professor at the beginning, and so far it has created a useful consciousness and perception on people's minds. I have so far worked in economic and financial areas so far in my career, and this year we are organizing the 13th International Conference on Halal and Tayyib food, and we are discussing the concept of halal in food and in other areas, and I think that this conference enables us to discuss all aspects of halal food. As many speakers so far have explained, it is an important issue that the concept of halal and the things it allows us to eat and the ones that we cannot. As Allah Ta'ala ordered in Quran, we know that the first test of Adam alayhi salam, the first man created, and his wife Hawa, Eve, being sent to the world after eating what's not halal. So a divine order exists for the things we can eat and the things we cannot. It is very important. Therefore, I would like to thank all the people who have put an effort to organize this event. And the studies that are done within the body of GİMDES contribute positively to this area. And in the area of economy, the halal studies are mainly focusing on the Islamic way of finance in our country and in the world. There are some good studies, As you know, with the latest regulation of the Islamic finance institutions were regulated, were restructured within the body of banking, and now they are acting as participatory banks. And in the world, in the UK, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and many other countries, there are many participatory banks. When we take a look at their structure in Turkey, we see that the total fiscal size of the participatory banks constitutes only 5%, unfortunately. With some studies, with some in-depth studies in this area, we hope and expect that they will grow further. The Islamic finance institutions and the studies about Islamic finance on its own are about funding the Islamic activities mainly. And in my presentation, I will not only focus on funding the Islamic activities, but I will try to cover the whole structure of Islamic finance because I think that it will be much more comprehensive and much correcter. Of course, the approach to Islamic finance in our country and all the improvements about Islamic finance in the world show us that Turkey is falling behind in Islamic banking and we are not showing the interest as much as we could compared to the world. Well, of course, in this area we are set, but there are many nice studies led by the United Nations and many other institutions. I would like to create an awareness by mentioning some corporations who conduct research about Islamic banks and Islamic finance, with UNDP as one of the leading institutions leading the research. There is one good study. There is a very good study. Brighter Center of Fun, that will be in Istanbul, is the name of this study. And there is another study that is made by IOFI, a study centered in Bahrain. They have so far issued some very good standards. And in accounting and in reporting, there are some good standards that are accepted and applied, practiced. IFRS, again, is issuing such accounting and financing standards. And in Turkey, the Public Surveillance Agency issues these goals to set an example in the Turkish accounting law in compliance with the laws in Turkey. Turkish Public Surveillance Agency have issued some standards have issued some gold rules that are in compliance with IFRS. This kind of studies and this kind of endeavors are quite inspiring, such the one IFCB, for example, centered in Malaysia, International Finance Service Bonds. There have been some good studies, some good standards have been issued. And for the Islamic finance institutions, the application of these standards in Turkey are very important in terms of creating a compatibility of the standards to Islamic finance. and application of general standards are very important. Maybe in Turkey, the public surveillance agency can take a more active role. In the world, IOFI issued Sharia standards are practiced in our chairmanship of the exchange market. Muhammed Taki Osmani Hoca, the chairman of IOFI board at the time, had the chance to make a joint study with us in Sebahattin Zaim University. With the cooperation of this university, our study was translated into Turkish and published as well. So the standards shed light upon those who are interested in Islamic finance, and the publications can be found in the website of Turkish participatory banks. In the applications of the world, and in accordance with the IOFI Sharia standards, the provisions of Islamic finance standards, many financial institutions presenting their services with different models. In Turkey, the application of independent participatory bank approach is very common. With the window model, all the participatory banking products could be presented. We did some studies about that in the past, but we couldn't really proceed the study. My personal opinion covers the fact that this window model should be improved, and the normal banks, just like in the international applications, the normal banks should be able to offer some Islamic finance, Islamic banking products. This will contribute to the structure of Islamic Finance Bank, so that the system of Islamic banking, the Islamic finance, will be disseminated. I am partly working with the students in Istanbul Ticaret University, and the corporations that I am managing, that I am part of the management. We have studied the principles of Islamic banking and the Halal, the concept of Halal in Turkey. Our studies have been popular in Turkey, and with the contribution of GİMDES, Halal food became part of the Halal studies as well. The people started to pay attention to the status of Halal of the food they consume, but we can claim that the consciousness, this awareness of consuming only halal food is still not in the level that we expect it to be. Islam is a holistic way of living our lives. Islam's provisions and orders cover all our lives and every aspect of our life, and the Islamic finance system and the Islamic halal status should be a part of each and every part of a daily life of a Muslim. In the world, we can find many resources, many documents to explore the provisions of Islam in this context. And we are led by the principles of a prophet who worked as a merchant when he was alive, when he was in this world. So we can deduce that we have to focus on halal, enriching these concepts with academic studies. Of course, when we want to, act upon these issues in Turkey, we have some fıkıh concerns as well. We have to take the opinions of the fıkıh experts in our daily life and our daily actions. And in the Islamic exchange markets and in Islamic markets, we have to reach halal products in all areas. Of course, it's difficult, but we are increasing our endeavors in this context. We have established the benevolent loan, the fund of benevolent loan, to enable our employees, and we have established this system, and we believe that it can be applied in many companies. Again, in Istanbul exchange market, the salary transactions and other financial transactions, we have provided options to our employees so that the ones who wanted it could use the participatory banks, so to say, Islamic financial institutions, to receive their salary payments. In Turkey and in the Turkish society, the institutions do not provide such options to their employees, but actually the legal regulations and our legislation on its own allow that. In the popular issues, just like the prohibition of eating pork or wearing turban, the consciousness and awareness in the society is very high. But about the financial issues, the Islamic financial issues, we are falling behind, and our companies and corporations are quite insufficiently tolerating in that sense. And we need some new studies to promote the existence, the presence of Islamic financial institutions in our corporate lives as well. When we take a general look, it's not hard to understand that the benevolent loan fund can meet the needs of the people. For example, as we were applying the benevolent loan fund in our company, we have classified the needs of our employees, and we have taken a look in their incomes, and we, created a benevolent loan for them to benefit from it, so that they wouldn't have to go to the normal banks and pay lots of interest to the loans that they received. So that we, could establish a good intention relationship with our employees. So Karza Hasan, the benevolent loan, is highly esteemed when we listen to our Hoja. And it's good. It's possible to reach some good results with these small applications. In Malaysia and in Indonesia, we know that the capital tools allow the companies to gather some benevolent loan fund, and there are some good practices. In Turkey, with the constitution that was made in 1962, we are able to apply that in our financial system, in our corporate system, but we need some further studies. And these kind of conferences puts a great benefit to the academic studies, in that side. Well, I am not an academician, but I would like to share our experiences with our studies in Istanbul Ticaret University. And I am doing some classes with them, but sadly, the interest in Islamic economy and Islamic financial institutions is not very high. And the politicians, we believe, have to take some actions, they have to take some steps so that some good initiatives shall be done to raise the interest in Islamic banking and Islamic financial institutions in general, so that the demand will increase for these kind of institutions, so that our size in the financial statistics, the size, the share of Islamic financial institutions and their share in Turkish economy shall rise from 5%, which is its current value, to a higher one, because as we know, we are living in a country in which 99 of the population are Muslims, and an acceptable rate of Islamic financial institutions should be at least 70%. 5% is a ridiculous state. And we have to disseminate our implementations of Islamic finance principles in other areas too. For the time being, the Islamic financial products can be, patented or rendered in other financial structures, but this is also not known by the people. So, in short, we have to inform people to convince them to participate in participatory banking. I believe I have completed my speech. If there are any questions, I can receive them. I don't know whether there is a question. Maybe you can give me the questions if there are any. So we don't have any questions, I suppose, but I still have 5 minutes left. Maybe I can fill them with some anecdotes. When we say the Sharia standards and Islamic financial standards, when we say that, we always remember the period of 28th of February in Turkey, when the army pressed against the Islamic institutions, and it was very difficult to talk about this kind of stuff in Turkey. But a conference in Italy, in IFSB, International Finance Service Board, which was about the capital exchange market of international Islamic companies in the world, and the private sectors became members to this IFSB, and the contribution to Islamic finance was the purpose of this institution. So, with its members and the participants, they have organized a financial conference in Italy. We were hosted by Italian Central Bank, and in that conference, the Italian Central Bank had designed a sukuk. Sukuk is a Islamic bond. It is like a bill, a treasure bill or bond, we can say, that is compliant with the Islamic regulations. So they have designed a bond in Italy, and they wanted to sell it to the Muslim countries, and they have established a Sharia board under this project, and they have gathered some, precious hujah, and they have made some good presentations to us. They told us about the product. They have promoted the professors in the academic world in Italy, and as we were listening, we after the period of 28th of February, we were very scared even to say the word Sharia. And we were kind of surprised that going to Italy, a Christian country, from Turkey, a Muslim country, in which we cannot even say Sharia, and we went to Italy, a Christian country, and we were free to talk about Sharia. We were at the center of Rome, in the building of Italian Central Bank, and one floor of this bank was devoted to the Sharia board. And back at that time, of course, we couldn't use the name Sharia board. We wanted to call it the Islamic Financial Board and the Participatory Board, etc. So the problem here is that we couldn't even call it as however we wanted to. And in the time of my chairmanship, we visited London and their financial works in Sharia standards. Of course, they are way beyond our country. I was personally embarrassed to see their good work in London, and their president offered to train us in that kind. So as a topic, the benevolence loan or any other topics in the participatory banking system in Turkey, needs further studies so that we won't have to receive training from a non-Muslim country. Therefore, I urge everybody to conduct further studies in this regard. And I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me to this conference.
Evet. Tamam mı? Selamünaleyküm. Elhamdülillah. Kardeşim, Mevla'nın annesi.
Assalamu alaikum. As we started our second day of our event, we have received a very bad news from Mr. Muhammad Said Navlaki in southern Africa. He told us that his mother's conditions in the IT unit in which he was resting was bad, and therefore he had to cancel his speech, saying that we are sorry about it. We would like to skip to my speech, and I would like to start my presentation about the potential solutions of Islamic economy and the problems that we are experiencing with it. Today we are talking about halal food, and our effort is focused on producing halal food. We need to remind ourselves that the companies to produce halal food need finances, and we need to move for creating finances to the companies who will produce halal food. Therefore, I am addressing you today in order to I would like to thank to Mr. Himmet Karada, by the way, our first speaker, who enlightened us about the Islamic financial systems. And now we will try to summarize the speech from Mr. Navlaki and to combine it with my own speech. Karza Hasan system, a benevolent loan fund system, needs to be established. Otherwise, we cannot be rid of the conventional finance systems that include interest that is cursed by Allah the Almighty, that is definitely prohibited in the eyes of Allah. But the fact that we have to apply it in our current financial system, and the punishment that we will receive for applying interest, makes us sad. But of course, if we do not do something about it, if we only pray that we will be rid of interest, would not bring us anywhere. Allah will only accept our prayers if we take action to realize them. Whoever does something good in this area, he will receive the compensation from Allah with manifolds. Also, the people
Hadis
who help
11.
to be rid of the conventional finance systems
Karşılıksız yardımda
will
bulunan
receive the
erkekler,
prize in Ahiret.
karşılıksız yardımda bulunan kadınlar
The men
ve
and
Allah'a
women
güzel bir
who help
ödül
people
verenlere
without any return
fazlasıyla ödenecek.
will receive their
Halbuki
payment
onlara
back
pek değerli bir ödül verir.
in the
Hadis
Ahiret.
diğerleri de Allah
We always have to work so that we will prevail
kolayınıza geleni
in the
okurun.
path to truth,
Namazı kılın,
and
zekatı ödeyin.
Allah the Almighty
Allah'a güzel
ordered
bir
us
borç
to
verin.
worship
Kendiniz için
and
önceden ne iyilik
to
hazırlarsanız
lend a debt
Allah
to
katında
Allah
onu
so that He will pay you back
hem
with
de
many folds.
daha iyi ve mükafatça daha büyük olmak üzere.
And your price will always be bigger than what
Allah'tan
you give.
bağışlanmayı dileyin. Ve siz Allah çok bağışlayıcı,
Pray
çok
for
esirgeyici,
forgiveness because Allah
düzenli,
is all
ümit.
forgiving and sparing.
Ukbe İbni Amir ve Ebu Mesud
Ibn Abis and Ebu Mesud
anhuma böyle.
have said
Biz bunu
that
Resulullah sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem'in ağzından böylece işittik.
we have heard this, we have heard the rules of interest
Ebu Hureyre
from the mouth of
rivayet edildiğine göre
Hazreti
Resulullah
Muhammad
sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem
sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
bir kimse
He
sahip
says
bulunan
that if anybody
müflet
is
verir ve borcunun bir kısmını ya da
in
tamamını
trouble
bağışlar,
financially,
Cenab-ı Hak o kişiyi
give him
Allah'ın gölgesinden
that,
başka gölge
lend him
bulunmayan
money,
kıyamet gününde
and do not ask
başının
for
altında gölge
more money in return of the loan that you gave them,
üstünde
so that you will be prized in Ahiret.
Allah'ın rızasını tahsil maksadıyla yapılan her türlü mali harcamanın
All the
Allah'a
financial
verilen borç
expenditures
olarak zikredilmesi
that is made
verilenin
for the
Allah
purpose
katında
that Islam
artacağını
will
en
prevail will never be lost
sevap ve mükafat
in
olarak
afterlife,
mutlaka
in Ahiret,
geri döneceğine
and
dair
the
bilgileri
people who
ilahi
spent this money will have their payment back. We have to make all the expenditures in this context as much as we can, and we have to do some other activities such as informing people about that, such as convincing people for that, and it is very important. We have to be volunteers of this mission And GİMDES is an institution who believed in that, established the world's Helal Foundation, and extended its studies for Helal to cover all the world. Within the scope of World Halal Conference, this Karsa Hasan, the benevolent loan campaign, is available for the world. Karsa Hasan means a benevolent loan. It means a good debt. And as mentioned in Quran, many verses are mentioning that Karza Hasan is a debt that is loan for Allah.
yollardayız. Helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma. Ve helali benliğimize nakşetmek için yollardayız. Helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I believe there will be no introduction, and I will be starting right away. In my presentation, I will be tackling with the Islamic universities, and we will discuss whether madrasa can be a model for Islamic universities or not. I am aware that I'm using more than one concept in the beginning of my presentation, so I believe that I have to create a definition for all of them. We talked about Islam as a religion, madrasa as a school, and universities. So when we bring all these three concepts together, can we really create a unity for that? First, let's say that, of course, without doubt, the Muslims in our day are seeking a unity in the world of Islam by solving all the problems and disorders in our world and civilization. Therefore, we know the story, we know the history, we know that since 16th century there is a retrospection losing the physical superiority, and after the defeats in terms of military wars, the civilization of Islam started to go back, and the Western civilization built up a new world. And by the endeavors of the world of Islam today, we mean our long-lasting wish to create a new order in the world, having the upper hand in this new order that we want to be built. The essential of this endeavors, in the base of these endeavors, we have to accept that the power lies in the base of all these. Today, my topic is not independent and totally irrelevant from the topic of power, of course. Our main problem here is that the Muslims are facing lots of problems and the complex of inferiority, and I will try to create the psychological relationship between these. We feel that we are weak, and the other sides, the Western civilizations, are strong, and the reason of this strength is the technology that they have, the knowledge that they have, and the reason that we do not have this power and authority is something that we lack. Which is actually the appreciation in the West and there are two different opinions to fill up our gap in this world. And the other opinion is that we have to share it. So there is a battle in the philosophy of Islam between the people who think that we should join the Western civilization by accepting their knowledge, and the other thing is that we should battle with the civilization of Islam. But we have to accept here that the knowledge, the information in our age became a tool for endeavoring to progress. But we have to accept that knowledge is personal in all corners of the world, and knowing the knowledge is only depending on the person's personal efforts and interests. This is here in all corners of the world, from the Western civilization to the Eastern non-Muslim civilizations like China, etc. Our main purpose is to acquire knowledge, and we accept that knowledge shall be a part of our path, the part of our direction, and all the endeavors that we have in this context shall have the basis of knowledge and increasing the level of our knowledge. The knowledge is a factor of change, and the people who are not entitled to have knowledge shall not be given it because it has, as I said, an effect to change people. This is an understanding that have risen recently, and this approach, this epistemologic approach, and its change is in the basis of all the issues that we are talking today. The change, of course, is dependent on the existence of universities. We cannot say that the universities are the sole reasons of this change, but we can definitely say that the universities take an important role in this change. We can define universities as the sources of knowledge that people go and learn, and the structure of university is to seek the eternal, the true information, and it also includes a reaction towards that knowledge as well. This knowledge, this true knowledge that is sought out in the universities is the knowledge of the Catholic Church, of course, in a couple of centuries ago. And the universities, the purpose of universities is actually a fight between the people and the church in order to get the source of information from the hands of the world and give it to the public. Well, of course, it's a bit difficult that universities had this, claim at the beginning of their existence, because the universities, the first universities, were founded within the control of the Catholic Church. And today they have been converted into occupational unions and lobbies. These lobbies consist of two different divisions and classes. One is the lobby of students, the other is the lobby of teachers and professors. The student lobbies aim to create equality and fairness and justice between the students and the teachers. The teacher lobbies and the purpose of these lobbies are of this opposite reason, which is to protect the rights of the teachers and professors against all the other institutions that include the students as well. So we believe that the first university was established in the 13th century. Salerno Medical School in Italy can be counted as the first university. And it is an important fact. The first university was formed in the Roman Empire, in the geographical borders of today's Italy. We have to accept that. And when we go back to the 13th century Islamic world, we see that the Islamic world was at a breaking point at the 13th century. and it was that the world of Islam was having its peak in terms of physical power and in terms of culture. But there is a Mughal occupation, the siege of Mughals in the world of Islam, and it was a breaking point for the Islamic civilization. At the same time, the Western civilization started its enhancement and advancement in the culture and in terms of science, and after that time, the world of Islam started its recess, while the Western civilization started to progress constantly. In time, the role of universities kind of evolved to be free from the control of the church, and they got independent from the church on a gradual format, and universities apprehended a secular form. After the 14th and 15th centuries, the churches lost their control and dominance over the universities, and after 15th century, the universities completely got disconnected from the church, and they were controlled by the national states that were formed after the 16th century. When we say university today, we think the fact that they are the establishments that gather knowledge, that seek knowledge, that discuss it and produce new data, new level of knowledge that would help the people to create new things and advance in science. Well, of course, we can also define science as well. It's discussable, it's debatable, but science is a way of progress, a way of creating new knowledge based on the scientific methodology, which is based on experiments and trials. The universities refused the type of knowledge apart from the scientific knowledge. And they closed themselves, the universities closed themselves for any other type of information like the occult knowledge and the mysterious knowledge and the religious knowledge. The universities only got interested in the practical knowledge, and they based their research on scientific methods, and they refused, they rejected other types of knowledge. We have to underline that. Until the 15th to 16th centuries, the universities also used to produce cultures, and Gastet expresses that. But after the 16th century, the structure of the universities were abandoned, and they became the tools of positivism, and they only acted within the branches of positivism, creating practical knowledge. So we have universities at the western side, and opposite of the universities in the Islamic world we see the madrasa. Madrasa is of course an Arabic word. It means tedris. It means lesson and school in Arabic. So the function of the madrasa are the classical educational institutions in which the Islamic information is provided. And of course, during the time that the madrasa reached their peak, it was possible to create Islamic knowledge and to transfer this knowledge to the students of madrasa. We see the first madrasa in the 9th century and the 10th century in the history of Islam. Before that, there were some madrasa as well, but their corporal structure, their systematic mechanism did not exist before the 10th century. At the time of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we do see some madrasa, but we do not see a systematic approach to the madrasa as an institution. This happened only the institutionalization of the madrasa only began in the 10th century. The madrasa are our schools, our in the quotation marks, because we believe that the madrasas owe a lot of things to the Turkish civilization, starting with the Seljukians, continuing with the Ottoman Empire, and they gained their main systematic mechanism during the time of Ottoman Empire, specifically Darul Ilim, and also in the Abbasids, the translation offices were also madrasa. But the madrasa and the Seljukians in their time, served as a milestone in the progress of the madrasa. We see a lot of Turkish tribes within the borders of Seljukians, and they have different sects. They believe in different sects among themselves, and Nizamül Mülk Medresa served as the unification all the Islamic information of the sect Sunni. The main purpose of this madrasa was to stand against the Shii, this Alevi madrasa, and to create the lawful, the fiqh information and the level of knowledge. At the period of Nizamül Mülk, the madrasa of Nizamiye achieved a leap forward, which included many scholars in the madrasa of that time, even Ghazali, the famous Islam scholar at the time. After the demolition of Seljukian state, we see that the Ottoman Empire took that tradition and moved it even forwards, and Orhan Gazi establishes the Madrasa of Orhaniye and another 10 madrasa at his time. This is an important number, and he contributed a lot to the creation and the progression of the madrasa. Of course, it is important that the Sorry, I have to take a look at my notes. Yes, it's important that the cities, the provinces of Kayseri and some other cities in Anatolia play an important role because they hosted important numbers of population of the time. Opening madrasas in these provinces, they played an important role to educate people in the means of religion, and this process continued until 1923 with the foundation of Republic. After the Republic of Turkey was founded, the madrasa lost their legal status and all of them were closed. But we see that some madrasa in Turkey continued to exist in an unlawful and in an amateur manner without any official recognition. And after this time, we see that the madrasa and their establishment and their progress skipped to other Islamic civilizations in Asia. Well, of course, it's not healthy to make a comparison between the universities and the madrasa, but it is also beneficial in order to understand their difference. If we are to talk about the functions of madrasa and the universities, we talked about the purpose of the university. The purpose of the madrasa is to teach and to progress the Islamic knowledge and the Islamic philosophy. And the madrasa played as an important baseline of the Sunni sect of Islam, and they were some establishments to practice Islam on its own, to improve on people's level of knowledge. And they have served with this purpose, with this function, from the first day that they were established. The Kadi, the lawyers and the judges in the Ottoman law system, the legal system in Ottoman Empire, were raised in the madrasa. Therefore, the madrasa were the establishments that educated and trained the legal and the administrative staff in the Ottoman Empire. One of the historical roles of the madrasa was to create the Turkish Islam culture, especially in the newly conquered lands and their Islamization, and to render the Islamic knowledge to these areas that are newly conquered and that are not Muslim. So we see that an increase of the number in madrasa can be observed in this period, in the progression period of the Ottoman Empire. The universities, as a comparison to that, the first structure of the universities that were established under the control of the church did not have this form, because church never gave the universities the authority to elaborate the religious knowledge, and we see that the role of universities in this context differs from the role of madrasa in the Islamic civilization. And the universities do not have a role to educate and to train some clergymen, some religious persons, and some priests or other men of religion, etc. On the other side, in the madrasa, the purpose is to raise some clergymen in Islam, and the imam and the mullah and the legal figures in the empire of the Ottomans. The good morality, good intentions, and a good understanding of Islamic ethics is necessity to be taught in the madrasa, and we see the examples of these topics in the madrasa that were established in the Arabic Peninsula and in Anatolia. But there is a prerequisite, of course. You have to be a Sunni Muslim in order to be educated in the madrasa in the first periods of the history of the madrasa. And in the universities, in comparison to that, they do not have a prerequisite. They do not only teach the Christians, and they do not have this classification. They do not have this prerequisite in the universities. In the madrasa of Fatih, the madrasa of Mehmet II, we see they evolved a lot, and they have become a corporal structures led by the Hoja of the madrasa, which means the headmaster of the madrasa. The science knowledge, the Islamic science and the knowledge that concern it is transferred to the students by the Hoja, and the curriculum in the madrasa were kind of vague, we can say. The individual training was existent in the madrasa. Within the classical madrasa education, we see the curriculum that contain many books in the literature of Islam. In the higher quality madrasa. In the lower quality, in the lower level madrasas, we see that the classes were taught mainly orally and mainly in types of preaches. In the higher level madrasa, we see the existence of many different and advanced level classes like fiqh, etc. And the rational sciences were also studied in the madrasa, especially in the period of Mehmet II, Fatih. And after the period of Mehmet II, the madrasa curriculum did not include the rational sciences anymore. Well, they did include the rational sciences, but they did not give give these sciences much importance as Fatih has did, and therefore the progress of the madrasa came to a stopper after the period of Fatih, of Mehmet II. So, in the universities, in comparison to madrasa, we do not see a hoja-centered structure. We do not see a professor-centered structure. The center is the institution itself. They have a standardized curriculum, and this is like one of the biggest differences between the madrasa and the universities. Universities are more standardized, and the madrasas were at that time mainly individual and the Hoja-centric institutions. We see that in the universities, the astronomy, geometry, mathematics, etc. were included. In the madrasa, we see the books of Islam and mainly the Quranic knowledge and the knowledge of Hadith were mainly studied. There are a lot of books that we can give as an example within the curriculum of the madrasa. The entire list can be reached with the smallest research online. But I would list all of them, but we do not have the necessary time. In the universities, we see that they are based on the rational resources, while we do not see while we do not see rational sciences to be emphasized and attributed importance in the madrasa. In the universities, we see experimental understanding of education, while in the madrasa, the education is mainly based on deduction, and in the universities, we see no discussion included, and not existent, maybe not non-existent, but maybe much less appreciated, while in the madrasa, the method of discussion, the method of muzakere is highly important. In madrasas, we do not see exams and tests because Hoja is accepted to have a constant dominance over the children, while we see the existence of exams and relative tests within the universities. The universities had a standardized oral and written exams in place since their very beginning. About the level of training, we see the Hojas in the madrasa discussed many different books with their students, and the students see their Hoja as the ultimate authority within the school. In the universities, we see a similar method, but the role of the professor is not as high as the madrasa in the Ottoman Empire at that time. We see that copyrights were not applied in the universities, and the works in the universities are mainly based on their topic, while the copyrights were more important in the madrasa than in the universities. Of course, this copyright issue is not the same as we understand it today, but we can definitely say that there were some issues of copyrights in the madrasas. The administrative structure of the madrasas were based on the foundations and the support of the foundations, and with some help with the administration and the governance from the emperors and other high bureaucrats, and they were funded by these organizations.
And in this context, the madrasa were considered as the necessary means of continuation of the Islam civilization. Therefore, they experienced pretty much no financial problems, and the education was free of charge. Even some students were paid to study in the madrasa. The situation is the upside down in the very opposite in the time of universities, in the case of universities. In the madrasa, the graduated students are employed within different positions in the state, in the administrative organs of the state, and we see some criticism about some favoritism in the madrasa. For example, Katip Çelebi criticizes the fact that the people who do not complete their education in the madrasa are assigned to some high positions within the state, within the bureaucracy of the state. We see that in the madrasa, we see in the madrasa some favoritism for the children of ulema, and this caused a reaction from the public on a main basis. So, as a conclusion, we can say that we can create Islamic universities because in order to improve Islam, we need some functions from the universities as well. We know that knowledge is one of the founding values of today's world, and we have to create knowledge. We have to produce knowledge all the time because we are facing the new type of knowledge that is created in the West. And as a standpoint to that knowledge, as in order to battle this knowledge, we have to emphasize and we have to increase our own level of Islamic knowledge. Therefore, we have to create Islamic universities or the Islamic madrasa in which we can work to improve our level of knowledge that in order to compete with the Western civilization. In the Ottoman Empire, there were some studies to recreate the museums and maintain and to enhance their function. We know that after the foundation of the Turkish Republic, these endeavors were stopped totally. And in our day, we see that the Muslims have this inferiority against the Western civilizations, and they are working to catch the level of the Western civilization. And one of these efforts to battle against the West is to create an Islamic foundation and the Islamization of the knowledge, like Hajjal Farukü used the term for the first time in the literature. Hoca Fariki proposed a new education model by recreating the sets of information that started in the West, but their Islamification and redefinition of the Islamic concepts like law, justice, fairness, human equality, etc. But of course, there are question marks of their redefinition in Islam. This requires further work and further studies in order to create a university of Islam. Especially the administrative and the regulative structures of madrasa are very important. And in terms of the educational methodology that was used in the madrasa are still valid today, we have to say that. And their administrative structures can also be applied today. About the further study need that we have today is to create a level of knowledge and go back to the old ways in order to prevail our battle with the civilization of the West and make our Islamic knowledge, Islamic philosophy progress. Thank you for listening to me. I have exceeded my time. So may God's mercy be upon you. Distinguished friends, I would like to thank each and every person who have gave me this opportunity, and I hope that the symposium will be auspicious. We will be talking about the madrasa system in the Islamic structures. Our main topic is, of course, training and education. The prophets have achieved that at the very beginning, and the prophets have faced the reality and showed us the way to meet the truth. The prophets made it possible that the people become equipped and transferred to the people the book of Allah, and showed that the divine kalam, the divine word, the divine knowledge is the one that belongs to Allah. The prophets have removed the superstitions and the wrong faith and the wrong beliefs, and they have corrected such wrong mistakes, and they have made the people well equipped. As we said, they have announced them, they have called them for the reality, and they have made the books and the sunnat known. And this call after the prophets was achieved by the administrators, the leaders of the Islamic community, and the prophets made it possible that the true knowledge will reach until the apocalypse. And the leaders after our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam passed away are obliged to transfer that knowledge from generation to generation to reach salvation. The book of Allah shall be known, shall be perceived, and shall be understood by the people who are the slaves of Allah, and the sunnat shall be known, experienced, and practiced by this people. This is the only way of true happiness. In the masterpieces that were written and created throughout the history, the services of the Islamic leaders, the Muslim leaders, have been listed. There are many Arabic masterpieces that were given during the history of Islam, and they are important masterpieces. Therefore, the Muslims need to speak Arabic in order to master these works. In the past, the education used to be given in the mosques before the madrasas. The system of madrasa, the mechanism of madrasa was created later on. And a healthy Islam perception is the best practice of these mosques and later on the madrasa. These madrasa, after they were established, have rendered important services to the people. Apart from understanding the book, our holy book, Quran-i-Karim, and our Sunnat, they have served the people. They have served for the people to be able to understand and interpret this knowledge. This is the sole purpose of the madrasa. The Muslims should be within the endeavor to reach beyond, and Allah the Almighty, chose the words and the language of Arabic among many others, and He decided to render the Holy Book, the Quran, in Arabic. Therefore, the Muslims are entitled to and they are responsible from reading and understanding Arabic. Our Prophet, Hazreti Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, tells us that it is an obligation, it is an order by the God Himself to understand and know the word. The word means language here. Therefore, if the Muslims have some discrepancies in this context, they are supposed to fulfill their discrepancies, and they have to train themselves, and they have to transfer their knowledge to the upcoming generation, to their offsprings, and this is a lifelong process, and the people need to be well equipped within this process to survive, to make the knowledge of Islam survive throughout the ages. They should be busy with, occupied with the science of Islam and the scholarly knowledge of Islam, so that they can transfer this knowledge, this consciousness, and this awareness. The Muslims are supposed to act with a consciousness, a true consciousness of duty, and they have to share this duty with the other Muslims. They have to hold hand in hand with their Muslim brothers, and they have to cope with all the accusations, all the blames, all the false claims that are made to them by the kafir, by the people who don't believe. And fighting the Islam, fighting the people who are against Islam is only possible when the true knowledge is known and the religion philosophy of Islam is well understood. People have established some dargah in the history in order to come together, in order to create their own masterpieces, and madrasa become a center which all Islamic sciences are produced, and well-equipped good Muslims were raised and trained and educated. The structure of Islamic educational institutions has this purpose. The sole purpose here is to train people to become good Muslims. The ultimate goal is to save the humanity from ignorance and to enhance, to gain the Islam civilization and momentum and the fast pace in the race with other civilizations. Islam is a civilization of the word of Allah and the religion that is sent by Allah. Islam is the presentation of the religion, the true religion that is sent by Allah to the people who are obliged to believe and worship. The people's true aim is to transmit the knowledge of Islam to others, to disseminate Islam, and to make the existence of Islam eternal. The people are supposed to transfer this knowledge, the good sides of Islam, and make everybody in the world know about our secret religion. While saving the people from ignorance, we have to avoid other types of ignorances as well. So while avoiding one, we shouldn't avoid only one type of ignorance, but we have to embrace any kind of Islamic knowledge, and we have to share it, and we have to transfer it, we have to render it, we have to pass it on from generation to generation, so that Risaletul Muhammediye will be transferred to the populations of the whole world, and the religion of Islam will be well understood. Serving the religion and presenting the religion to others is the original duty of all the Muslims in the world. Madrasa take on the duty to train people in this regard, to make them listen, to make them read, to make them understand, to make them interpret, and to make them transfer this knowledge, so that this knowledge of Islam shall be passed on from person to person, and Islam be known and be acquainted with the population of the world countries. My dear friends, we have throughout the time, we have gained experience, and we have gathered an accumulation of knowledge which should be benefited. We have to take a look on the history, and we have to take the historical best practices of Islamic knowledge and its exchange and transfer as a role model, and we have to base our actions today on the historical good practices and the successes that were achieved throughout the history of Islamic civilization. Of course, that requires a great deal of effort, and we have to put our effort into that. We have to gain depth in our thought, so that Muslims can conquer the hearts of people, to create the image of Islam in people's minds, removing all the doubts and the question marks of people who are still suspicious about Islam, so that the good morality shall be presented to all the people, and ultimately the population of the world will find the true way to prevent the wrongdoings, especially for the young people. This is our sole purpose, and this is the sole duty and the effort that the Muslims have put throughout the history to create people with high understanding of morality, who have always done the good deeds, and becoming prosperous, and all their actions to be auspicious. The non-Muslims and their country, and the existence of Muslims in the country of the non-Muslims is very difficult, but in order to achieve that, the Muslims need to bring about their own work of art in the country and in the culture of non-Muslims. My dear friends, we have faced and we are still facing a lot of wrong ideas that penetrate the young population. Therefore, we have to take our stand against these ideas and opinions and statements, so that we can replace these wrong ideas with the correct ones, with the ones that are filled with knowledge, with science, and with the idea of protection of the goods and the life and the morality and the minds of people in Islam. This is Islam's one of the Islam's biggest purpose. Islam has always embraced that purpose, providing the fact that the people would live prosperous lives, and their goods and their morality and their lives shall be protected and granted. The only way to do that is to commit to the values of Islam, and to defend them, to protect them, and to be always engaged to them, so that this physical and the spiritual values that we embrace in Islam shall be protected, shall be conserved, and shall be transmitted to the future generations. In order to preserve these values, we have to do everything we can so that while practicing science, we can also help the others who are committed to embrace that kind of knowledge. Getting rid of the ignorance, salvation is our only purpose, and we have put our hearts into knowledge of Islam, the science of Islam, and we have to prevail so that we can grant an understanding of science love and the passion towards the science of Islam, and to know and to accept and acknowledge the virtue of Islam. This is only possible with good intentions, and by conserving the good intentions and avoiding from bad intentions, never giving an opportunity, never giving bad intention away, it shall be our sole purpose. From the beginning to the end of our each and every action, we have to provide intimacy, sincerity, a sacrificing state of mind, etc. One of our problems is the methodology. The Muslims are supposed to act with a certain methodology. In our history, when we take a look at the state of the Islamic civilizations in which the Muslims were perfect in every sense, shall be taken a look at. These periods shall be reviewed and investigated through with the historical documents, and we have to take their way of thinking and way of acting as a role model. Of course, our purpose is to gain the acceptance of Allah. This shall be placed in the center of our actions, and Allah provided us with patience, the compassionate way of thinking and decisiveness. So we have to act with the consciousness of these values and virtues. Language learning is important in the sense of reading, learning, speaking, and thinking in the target language. It's very important to learn the language of Islam. Unfortunately, in our country, we cannot claim that we have achieved this. We can read, the majority of the Turkish people can read in Arabic, but speaking, writing, and also imagining, thinking in Arabic is something that Turkish people have failed to achieve since the beginning of this century. So we have to fill in the gaps of our knowledge, and we have to make up for our lacking points in Arabic, and we have to acknowledge the fact that only reading Arabic would not be enough, and we have to speak Arabic, we have to write in Arabic, and we have to think, we have to imagine, we have to hope and express our hopes in Arabic. It's just like any person in the world going to a foreign country, enrolling to a language course, and in 6 months they learn the language, they even do their higher studies in that language, they write their PhD thesis or master thesis in this language, and they can go back to their own country. But we failed to do that. Turkish people are mostly able to read Arabic, but they cannot give a presentation in Arabic. In order to fill up this gap, we have to take this into consideration while raising and training new generations. The Muslims in the past have put great effort into this, and they have managed to raise some good individuals of Islam, and this happened due to the working principles of the Islamic madrasa. Accepting that, we have to embrace the method that is applied in the madrasa, so that we can raise the same quality of knowledge in the individuals who have their faith in Islam. We have our references from Quran and from the Hadith, so that we have to see the laws of Islam in its own language, and we have to put our studies into that type of thinking, into that type of methodology. It's the only way that makes the interpretation of Islam and the Islamic resources, written resources in the history. This is the only way that we can reach the true knowledge by interpreting the orders and the daily lives of our Prophet and the first Muslims and the Islamic scholars. The Muslims are supposed to know the true knowledge. They are supposed to reach the true knowledge
رب زدني
in their way of thinking. The Islamic scholars have left many important documents in the history. These documents need to be reviewed so that we can avoid sin and do some good deed in our lives by understanding these documents that are left to us as great ways of knowledge within the history. The foundations, the institutions and the Islamic organizations in the past and today serve to increase the level of knowledge of the Muslims. Therefore, we have to avoid the non-practical, non-useful science and knowledge, and we have to embrace the useful science and useful knowledge. This is what our forefathers have done throughout the history, and this is the model that we have to embrace today. Apart from that, the essential sciences like physics, chemistry and biology shall be handled in Islamic environments as well, because it happened in the history and the Islamic scientists have done some good work in this essential science fields as well. Apart from that, the Islamic scholars have conducted a healthy Islamic philosophy in the area of philosophy in the history, throughout the history, and Islam as a religion have raised some Islamic philosophers in the past, so it shows us that if we benefit from the experiences that the Islamic countries gathered in the past, we can do it today as well. The only thing that stops us is the lack of decisiveness and the lack of commitment. We have to consider all our mu'min brothers as our members of the family, and we have to act with justice. This is one of our main activities as Muslims in our daily lives, and the people who become knowledgeable about Islam are entitled to go different sides of the world and disseminate Islam, spread Islam in all over the world, in the all corners of the world. Therefore, avoiding or eliminating ignorance and putting a stopper to the activities that go against Islam, and to make that Islam is recognized as it is only possible in that way. This is the type of effort that we need to put in our activities and in our studies. There will be no other world, there will be no other word by Allah, there will be no other book that will be sent to the world other than Quran Kerim. Quran is the last version of the true religion that is sent to the people by Allah the Almighty, and we have to understand it. We are entitled and we are supposed to understand the truth of Islamic truth and the true Islamic knowledge, and we have to battle with the activities and the organizations trying to show Islam as a bad thing by some accusations, by some assumptions, by some blamings and by some claims. We have to fight against all of this, but the only way that we can fight against such concepts is to embrace the Islamic knowledge, and it's only possible by knowing the only God, knowing our Qibla, knowing ourselves and knowing our sciences, the science of Islam. If we know the Islamic science, if we if we can embrace the religion with the most fundamental approaches, we can avoid the wrongdoings, and we can put a stopper to all the crimes against Islam today. It requires an advanced knowledge of Islam, and we are today living in a society in which even the most substantial crimes against Islam are either not known or ignored. So the Muslims, the true Muslims like ourselves, have been spread all over the world, and we, so to say, put a life trying to make people believe, and we try to destroy the prejudice within the minds of people against Islam. But since we are surrounded with Western civilization, we have to battle against it, and it's only possible by increasing the level of our Islamic knowledge, because the Western civilization only accuses of Islam and our Prophet and our brothers, Muslim brothers and sisters. If we remain ignorant, we cannot survive these accusations, because our values are being ripped off, they are contaminated, and with some blames and guilts that are shouldered to our values cannot be overcome if we remain ignorant. The only way that the historical important figures in the world of Islam is to read and is to learn. So this is not a question of sects of Islam, the different tribes in Islam. It doesn't matter. Islam in the past raised many important individuals, the scholars, the scientists in Islam, and it can be done, the same thing can be done again, because we have to battle the Western civilization and its constant vigilance against derepudiating Islam. We shall not let that, and we will benefit from our history in order to fight this battle. The answer to the problems of today is only possible with highly educated Muslims, and the Muslims shall do that in order to create solutions to today's problems. The enemies of Islam are supposed to, say bad things about Islam. They are supposed to fight a battle, fight a war against Islam. This is normal. This is what they are supposed to do. We, shall not prohibit them to question Islam, to prohibit Islam, to blame Islam, accuse Islam, etc. But we have to fight against it, and we have to show them that they are wrong. Therefore, we have to know the values of our religion. We have to find ourselves. We have to wake up, and we have to fill in the gaps in our level of knowledge so that we can respond to any kind of bad word that is said against Islam, because we have response to all the arguments that are created against Islam. Arrektu ala Nasara, so the rejections have been available in our religion for any kind of arguments that are put against Islam, and we have to know this knowledge. We have to embrace this experience in order to give these answers, give this response to people who can try to hurt Islam. In the history after the period of our beloved Prophet Hazreti Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the scholars of Islam managed to protect the religion against the kafir, and now it is our duty. Our Prophet managed that by training students and teaching them the true virtues of Islam, the true rules of Islam, and now it is our duty to learn everything so that we can be some students that our Prophet deserves. That's very important to do what is necessary to be done in our time, and the physical gap of knowledge is very high. The level of gap of spiritual and moral well-being is very high. We are living in a total devastation, and we have to put forward some activities to fill in these gaps. We shall not ignore the Islamic education anymore, so that we can satisfy the soul of Islam's and to convince the minds to Islam, and this is the only way that we can transfer the beauty of Islam. the Muslims shall create role models, shall raise their kids to be role models of Islam, so that new people will be introduced to Islam and they will accept it as their main religion. And increasing the level of our knowledge is the only way to win this battle. Regardless of the age, regardless of the educational status, we should learn, we should increase the level of our knowledge, and we have to do that. We shall not give up until our life ends. The explanation with art is one of the basic principles in Islam. So the hadith of our Prophet, for example, is explained by art. Therefore, we can do that. Only words and the soul words may not be enough. We have to go beyond that, and the divine words shall be expressed with art, because all the words in our book Quran Kerim have been chosen meticulously, and these words deserve a true and good explanation, so that the wrong interpretations and the false comments can be avoided. The truth of Islam shall be known to all the Muslims, so that they can represent Islam in anywhere they go, and they shall serve as the representative of Islam. This is one of our biggest problems. The level of representation of Muslims is very low, and therefore the non-Muslims become scared, become fearful towards Islam. And what we have to do is to understand and fully perceive our ummah and the society that we belong to, so that we can serve the science of Islam and the wisdom of Islam. Another thing is important here: continuity and sustainability, and the patience. Of course, we have to be patient. We have to continuously endeavor with our efforts here, and we have to ask ourselves always the question who we are. We have to remind ourselves who we are, the religion that we believe in, and the mission of our religion, so that we can continue to represent Islam in the correct way. In the madrasa trainings, there were in the madrasa system, the later curriculum included reading and rereading of the same things, same words, the same sentences, but we have to renew that. We have to include all the Islamic masterpieces to the curriculum of the madrasa, and the grammar shall not be repeated more than enough. New things should be taught in the madrasa, so that we can fill up the gaps that we have in terms of knowledge, and so that we can use our brains, our capacity, and our potential to the full extent. We have to withdraw lessons from the past, and so that we can replace them with the correctness, and we have to provide a full understanding and the full concept of Arabic language in order to do that. Now that the God Allah Almighty gave us His word with Quran Kerim, then we are obliged to understand and know each and every part of it. If we are to get married, for example, we have to read and understand what our religion says about marriage. If we are doing some trade, some commercial activities, then we are supposed to learn and know and perceive and understand the orders of Islam in commerce. It's very important. And Fazali, for example, gave one of the most important masterpieces of his is the understanding of the word of Islam, for example. It's very important, so that we can avoid the tricks of the devil, and this is only possible with education and of course raising the generations with halal food. The absence of halal food is one of our essential problems. So with only with consuming halal food, we will be able to defend our religion against people. Only then we will be able to raise ourselves to be true Muslims and to raise our children to be one too. This is the only way of salvation. This is the only way to commit good deeds. This is the only way to make the values of Islam not forgotten and be transferred. This is a universal message of Islam that is supposed to be transferred from people to people, from person to person, and from generation to generation. We are supposed to fill up our gaps. We are supposed to become well equipped. We are supposed to go different sides of the world to spread Islam. And the people who are in search shall find what they are searching for in Islam. The people shall love the religion of Islam, and they will be directed to Islam, and they will lead a life that is compatible with Islam. This is what we are supposed to do. This is what we need to do. Presenting Islam to non-Muslims. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Öze ürş ve helali benliğimize nakşetmek için yollardayız. Helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma.
رب زدني علما.
Euzubillahimineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi işrah li sadri ve yassir li emri ve hlul ukdeten min lisani yefkahu kavli.
13. Helal ve Tayyib Ürünler Konferansı'nda sizlere konuşma yapmak benim için büyük bir onur ve büyük bir mutluluk. GİMDES tarafından organize edilen bu etkinliğe katılma şansı bulduğum için son derece mutlu olduğumu ifade etmek isterim. Ben bugün sizlere İslami medrese eğitim sistemini, İslami bilimlerde bu eğitim sisteminin yerini açıklamak üzere bir sunum gerçekleştireceğim. Sunumumun özetine bakacak olursak, öncelikle İslami bilginin tanımını ve bağlamını sizlere açıklamak istiyorum. Sonrasında İslami eğitimin tanımını ve konseptini, ondan sonra medreselerin ortaya çıkışının kısa bir tarihini, sonrasında İslami medreselerin mevcut durumunu ve bu bağlamdaki vizyonumuzu, misyonumuzu, amaç ve hedeflerimizi sizlere açıklamak ve sunumumu bu şekilde tamamlamak niyetindeyim. Öncelikle bilgiyi tanımlayacak olursak bilgi Arapçada ilim sözcüğünden gelmektedir ve herhangi bir işareti, herhangi bir kavramı bilmek anlamına gelmektedir. İlim bir konuyu tüm detaylarıyla bilmek, gerçeği algılamak, iman etmek ve kesin bilgiye ulaşmaktır. Bilgi, ilim daha geniş bir anlamda farkındalık, bilinç ve aşinalık olarak tanımlanabilir. İslami bilgiye, İslami ilime baktığımız zaman İslam ilahi bilginin, ilahi aydınlanmanın mantık, düşünce ve tasarım ve deneyim ile elde edildiğine inanır. İki farklı ilim türü bulunmaktadır. Bunlardan bir tanesi dini bilimler, bir tanesi de beşeri bilimler adını verebileceğimiz sayısal bilimlerdir. Dini bilim, Kur'an'da, sünnette, hadis-i şeriflerde, teolojide, tevhidde, metafizikte, tasavvufta, dil bilimde içerilen bilgilerin tümüdür. Sayısal bilimler ise, fen bilimleri ise entelektüel ve felsefi bilgileri içerir. Doğa bilimleri, beşeri bilimler, uygulamalı bilimler ve teknolojik bilimleri içermektedir. İslami eğitime gelecek olursak, İslami eğitim, bizzat İslam'ın ışığında Kur'an'ın ve Peygamberimiz Hz. Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellemin sünnetlerinin bizlere öğrettiği bilgilerin eğitimi anlamına gelmektedir. Tevhidde bulunan epistemolojik bilgilerin bizlere öğretilmesidir. İslami eğitim ile din eğitimi birbirinden ayrı şeylerdir. İslami eğitim 3 boyutta incelenebilir. Terbiye bunlardan bir tanesidir. Hem fiziksel hem de entelektüel olarak bir bireyin geliştirilmesi, eğitilmesi anlamındadır. İkinci boyut tadip. Tadipte iyi bir insan olmanın nitelikleri, ahlakı, İslam tarafından onaylanmış bir şekilde kişiye öğretilmesi ve toplum içerisinde adil bir yaşam sürmesi için gereklidir. Üçüncü boyutumuz ise talimdir. Bu da öğretiler ve eğitimler aracılığıyla eğitimin gerçekleşme sürecidir. İslam'da eğitimin anlamına bakacak olursak öncelikle tansiye, sonrasında islah, sonrasında bir adab eğitimi, bir tadip, bir adab eğitimi ki ahlak eğitimi ile tanımlanabilir. Tahtip eğitimi vardır, disiplin eğitimi. Tahir eğitimi, saflaşma, bir pürifikasyon söz konusudur tahirde. Taskiye vardır, ruhani bir arınmadan bahsedebiliriz. Talim zaten pedagojik eğitimin ismidir. Siyase, yönetim eğitimidir. Nasihat yani nasihat, tavsiye, irşat ve ahlakta ahlaki eğitimdir Türkçe'de olduğu gibi. İslam'da eğitim sadece bir bilginin aktarılma sisteminin ötesindedir. Bir teknik, bir değerlendirme, bir teslim sürecinin ötesinde aynı zamanda bir iman etme yolu ve imanın bütünleşik bir ögesidir. İslami eğitimin amacı iyi insan eğitmek, yani insan-ı âlâ diyebileceğimiz bireyleri eğitmek ve kul olarak hizmet ettiğimiz Allah'ın isteklerini yeryüzünde gerçekleştirmek, bu emirleri ve istekleri uygulamaktır İslami eğitimin amacı. Bu bağlamda bütünsel bir yaklaşımla
hem ruhani arınma hem de iyilik ve alimlik İslami eğitimin içerisinde hem fiziksel hem ilimsel hem dilsel hem entelektüel olarak eğitim alan kişilere verilir. Medrese konusuna bakacak olursak, günümüzün konusu medrese. Medrese aslında tam kelime anlamıyla çalışma yeri anlamına gelmektedir. Eğitimin verildiği yere medrese denir. Medrese Arapçada çoğul hali madaristir. Okul anlamına gelir şu anda çağdaş tercümesiyle okul olarak çevirebiliriz. Medrese şu anda İslam dünyasında İslami eğitimin verildiği Kur'an'ın, sünnetin, hadislerin, şeriat hukukunun ve fıkıh kurallarının öğretildiği, bunlarla sınırlı olmamak üzere tabii ki, öğretildiği ve Hz. Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellemin uygun gördüğü şekilde eğitim yapılan kurumlardır, yerlerdir. Tarihi olarak bakacak olursak medreseler genelde üst düzey eğitimlerin verildiği ve Kur'an'ın öğretildiği okullar olarak tarihimizde yer almaktadır. Şimdi medrese sisteminin oluşturulmasına bakacak olursak, öncelikle şunu düşünebiliriz. Yani medresenin kaynağı ilahidir. Yani Cenab-ı Hak Adem Aleyhisselam'ı yarattığı zaman ona okumasını ve eğitim görmesini, kendisini eğitmesini istemiştir. Darul Arkam Hazreti Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem bize öğretmenlik yapmıştır. Kendi yanındakilere öğretmenlik yapmıştır, kendi sahabasına. 7. yüzyılda Peygamberimiz bir öğretmen göreviyle İslami medreselerin temelini atmıştır. Sufa medreselerimiz vardır. Burada Ubada İbn Samit öğretmendir. Kendisinin yoldaşları ise öğrenciler olmuştur. Cemiyetül Karaviyin dediğimiz medrese ise dünyadaki ilk üniversitededir. 859 yılında, milattan sonra 859 yılında Fas'ta kurulmuştur. Al-Azhar Üniversitesi milattan sonra 969 yılında Kahire, Mısır'da kurulmuştur. Nizamiye Medresesi 11. yüzyılda İran sınırlarında kurulmuş ilk önemli resmi akademik kurumdur. İslam'ın altın çağı, İslam felsefesinin altın çağı 11. ve 14. yüzyıllar arasında gerçekleşmiş ve medreseler bu dönemde hem sayısal bilimleri hem de astronomi, matematiğin yanı sıra astronomi, astroloji, coğrafya, kimya, felsefe gibi ilim dallarını öğretmişlerdir medreseler. İlk Ottoman yani ilk Osmanlı medresesi İznik'te milattan sonra 1331 yılında kurulmuştur. Kayseri'de Kanuni Sultan Süleyman hadis üzerine özel çalışmaları ekleyerek müfredata Osmanlı İmparatorluğu'nun yıkılışına dek bu eğitimleri medresede verdirmiştir. Burada Atik Valide Camisi Medresesi önemli bir medresedir. 1571 yılında kurulmuştur. Ondan sonra Ben Yusuf Medresesi 16. yüzyılda Fas'ta kurulmuştur. Önemli bir medresedir. Darü'l-Ulam Medresesi yine önemli medreselerden biridir. Şimdi Batı kolonileşme dönemi üzerine belki biraz konuşabiliriz. 19. ve 20. yüzyılların başlangıcına denk düşmekte olan bu dönemde laik kurumlar, dini kurumlar yani medreseleri geride bırakmıştır sayı olarak. Kolonileşme sonrası dönemde yani 20. yüzyılın sonlarına kadar olan dönemde medreseler önemini tekrar kazanmıştır ve medreselere olan ilgi aynı zamanda İslami eğitime ve İslami siyasete olan ilgi artış göstermiştir. Ve medrese eğitim sisteminde tekrardan bir reform gerçekleşmiştir ve eğitim sistemi medreselerin güncellenmiş ve geliştirilmiştir. Şu anda medreselerin eğitim sistemine bilginin İslamileştirilmesi, uygulamalı İslam çalışmaları gibi ABD'de bulunan birçok kurum katkı sağlamış ve medrese eğitimi geliştirilmiştir. İslami eğitimin mevcut durumuna bakacak olursak miyopik vizyonumuz vardır. İslam merkezli eğitimden yanadır. Bu yaklaşımda medrese İslam'ın kalesi olarak değerlendirilmektedir. Burada batılı sömürgeci güçler İslam'ın düşmanı olarak tanımlanmaktadır ve medresede sadece dini eğitimin olması gerektiği ve fen bilimlerinin olmaması gerektiğini savunur. Bu yüzden de medreseleri İslam'ın kalesi olarak tanımlar. Sonrasında bir dualizm, bir ikililik misyonu vardır medreselerde. Bu hem fani olanın hem de dini olanın birlikte öğretilmesi anlamındadır. Ve düşünce yani niyet ve eylem arasındaki fark söz konusudur. Hem dünya hem ahiret kuralları medresede öğretilmelidir bu yaklaşıma göre. Tüm ahlaki kurallar hem fani dünyada hem de ahirette geçerli olan tüm ahlaki kurallar öğretilmektedir. Burada müfredat konusunda bir tanım farkı oluşturulmuştur. Hem İslami müfredat hem de laik müfredat net bir şekilde tanımlanmıştır ve medresenin yüzyıllardır öğrettiği konular değiştirilmemektedir. Eğitim verilen medreselerde aynı müfredat kullanılmaktadır. Bir de vahiy ve akıl ile tüm içtihatlardaki yönlendirmeler medresede yapılmaktadır. Tabii bu bizi bir krize sürüklüyor. Entelektüel küçülme, doğrudan sapma, bozulma ve düşünce sürecinin ve metodolojinin çürümesi. Aynı zamanda gerçek bilgiden uzaklaşma, İslam kültüründen uzaklaşma, İslam medeniyetinden uzaklaşma, şüphe etme, ayrılma ve yoldan çıkma ile İslam'dan kopma. Bir de yenilmişlik zihniyeti söz konusu. Laik eğitimin, batılı eğitimin ve İslami olmayan eğitimin getirdiği bir yenilmişlik ve bir aşağılanma hissi söz konusu. Özgüven eksikliği, cahillik, hoşgörüsüzlük, hem iç hem dış çatışmalar ve kendi kendine çelişme, kendiyle çelişme ve bunun yol açtığı kültürel aksaklıklar, dogma, batıl inançlar ve körü körüne inançlar ve en son olarak da hem siyasi hem toplumsal hem ekonomik hem de askeri anlamda zayıflıkların getirdiği bir demoralizasyon, bir mutsuzluk. Yani medreselerin gerçek misyonundan kayması ve bunun getirdiği kriz ortamıyla yüz yüzeyiz. Peki önümüzdeki yol nasıl olmalıdır? Öncelikle vizyonun çok net bir şekilde çizilmesi gerekmektedir. Tüm İslam dünyasında İslam'ın merkeze oturtulduğu bir dini bilgi ve eğitim sistemi oturtulmalıdır. Bu medreselerin misyonu İslami vizyon ile yola çıkarak tüm Müslüman ümmete bu eğitimin verilmesidir. Net amacımız insanın Allah'ın kulu olarak Allah'ın emirlerini yerine getirmesi için gerekli bilgiyi, gerekli eğitimi vermek ve Ümmetül Vasta ismini verdiğimiz bilgili bir İslam ümmeti oluşturmak. Tanımlanan amaçlarımız bütünsel bir sistemle iyiliğe ve ahlaka ve arınmaya yönelik bir eğitim ve kişinin karakterinin manevi, entelektüel, yaratıcı, fiziksel, bilimsel ve dilsel olarak gelişmesidir. Bunlar önemlidir. Özellikle iyiye ve ahlaka ve ruhani bir arınmaya giden amaçlar son derece önemlidir. Bu anlamda ruhsal, entelektüel, fiziksel ve dilsel ve bilimsel gelişimin sağlanması adına önem arz etmektedir. Aynı zamanda İslam medeniyetinde tüm Müslüman öğrencilere bu eğitimin verilmesi ana amaçlardan ilkidir. Şeriat biliminin minhaj adını verdiğimiz normları, İslami varoluş yöntemi, metodu ve bunlarla ilgili bilgilerin öğrencilere verilmesi esastır. Modern bilginin İslami inançlar ve uygulamalarla harmanlanmış etmenleri müfredatta yerini almalıdır. Aynı zamanda batılı, doğulu ve diğer sapkın eğitim metotlarının İslami kategorilerden ayrılması ve onların yerine geçirilecek olan İslami eğitim sistemimize yerleştirilmesi amaçlarımızdan bir tanesidir. İslami metodolojik kategoriler Allah'ın birliğine, bilginin birliğine, insanlığın birliğine ve yaratıcının ve yaratının, hayatın amaçlarını kişilere öğretmekten geçmektedir. Amaçlarımız arasında aynı zamanda biraz önce söylediğimiz gibi batılı, doğulu veya başka herhangi bir sapkın eğitim sistemini İslami değerleri içeren eğitim sistemleriyle değiştirmek ve İslami değerleri açıklayacak olursak aynı zamanda insanın bilgisinin kullanımı, insanın fakültelerinin gelişmesi, ilahi yaratımın İslami değerlerle yeniden modellenmesi ve net tanımlarının oluşturulması, bir İslam kültürü ve medeniyeti inşa edilmesi ve beşeri önemli noktaların, beşeri ilgilendiren önemli olayların, bilgiliğin ve erdemlerin inşa edilmesi. Bu anlamda İslami üniversitelerin oluşturulması ve burada verilerin yeniden tasarlanması ve verilerle ilgili tekrar değerlendirme ve düşüncelerin, nedenselliğin açıklanması ve sonuçların değerlendirilmesi İslami üniversiteler içinde son derece önemlidir. Eğer ümme 21. yüzyıla ayak uydurmak istiyorsa, bu derin uykusundan uyanmak istiyorsa, tarihte 1400 yıl geriye gitmeli ve o dönemin, İslam'ın ilk döneminin, Hz. Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem döneminin öğretilerine tekrar göz atmalı ve bu modelleri kendisine örnek olarak belirlemelidir. Ancak ataları gibi olduğu zaman başarıya ulaşabilecektir. Hala Kur'an-ı Kerim'i hala Resulullah sallallahu aleyhi ve sellemin uyguladığı modeli ve kendi altın çağımızın bir geri dönüşünü başarmak mümkündür. Beni dinlediğiniz için hepinize teşekkür ederim.
Özevüş ve helali benliğimize nakşetmek için yollardayız. Helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma. Özevüş ve helali benliğimize nakşetmek için yollardayız. Helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma, helal lokma.
Elhamdülillah, elhamdülillah, elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Salatu ve selamu aleyke ya Resulallah. Salatu ve selamu aleyke ya Habiballah. Salatu ve selamu aleyke ya seyyidina Medine vel ahirin. Allah'ıma şükürler olsun ki bugün bu yılın online konferans çalışmamızı başarıyla tamamlamayı nasip buyurdu. Elhamdülillah dünyanın çeşitli bölgelerindeki ehil konuşmacı kardeşlerimiz konuşmalarını çok canlı, çok ciddi, samimi bir şekilde icra ettiler ve neticede inşallah ümmetimize faydalı bir çalışmanın semeresini oluşturmuş oldular. Bu arada tabii annesinin ani bir şekilde ağır hastalanma noktasına gelmesi sebebiyle Güney Afrika'daki konuşmacı kardeşimiz Namlaki maalesef konuşmasını yapamadı. Kendisine de annesi için Allah şifalar diliyoruz. İnşallah Ankara bir zamanda, kısa zamanda şifaya kavuşur annesi. Bize sevinmiş oluruz inşallah. Dolayısıyla bu senenin uluslararası Helal ve Tayyib konferans programımızı aksaksız bir şekilde tamamlamış olduk. İnşallah en kısa zamanda eski senelerde yaptığımız gibi bu konuşmalarımızı kitap haline getireceğiz. Hem İngilizce hem Türkçe olarak kardeşlerimize ve bizi takip eden gönüllü kardeşlerimize hediye olarak göndereceğiz inşallah. Dolayısıyla bu seneki online sistemiyle yaptığımız bu çalışmanın sonucunda da yarın fuar çalışmamızın son gününü idrak edeceğiz. İnşallah fuarımıza katılan, fuarımızı ziyaret eden kardeşlerimize de gerekli mesajı yarın vermeye çalışacağız. Böylece bu seneki uluslararası internet bazlı çalışmalarımızı büyük ölçüde gerçekleştirmiş olacağız inşallah yarınki çalışmaların sonucunda. Allah bize, bütün Müslümanlara şuur, basiret, feraset nasip buyursun. İnşallah helal lokmayı bütün insanlığa hakim duruma getirmek için canla başla çalışma azmi ve şuuru nasip buyursun hepimize. Hepinizden Allah razı olsun.
Özel ürünler ve helali benliğimize nakşetmek için yollar